Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Sade Adu, and I am your business mentor for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first fireside chat today is with Dr. Tandra Price. Our first fireside chat is going to be with Dr. Tandra Price. Meet Dr. Tandra Price, a dynamic speaker and a dynamic sales professional for over 20 years of experience. Based in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, with a passion for the power of networking, Tandra believes that meaningful connections can unlock incredible opportunities. After attending numerous events that missed the mark, she saw an opportunity to improve how people approach networking and conversation. Tandra has since empowered hundreds of entrepreneurs through building strong relationships, creating opportunities, and generating residual income through her strategic approach to network development. Her experience working alongside industry leaders has expanded her expertise, and her mission is to inspire and educate entrepreneurs to achieve global success. Beyond her networking work, Dr. Tandra co-hosts group discussions, speaks on podcasts, and regularly engages at events, sharing her insights and empowering others to reach their fullest potential. I present to you Dr. Tandra Price.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction.
Thank you so much for being on the Black Business Network this afternoon. We are so excited to have you today. Let's dig right in. I loved reading your bio and learning a little bit more about you. So what inspired your career?
You know what? I have been in the network marketing industry for over 20 plus years. And you know what? I started way back when I was working for a financial company. I had no clue of what networking was. So let's take that back 20 some years plus. I started with the financial company, and one of the things they gave me was a yellow phone book. I know a lot of y'all probably remember that, a yellow phone book. And they said, here, I need for you to generate some leads. I need for you to generate some business, because I was working on a commission-based company at that time. And like I said, had no clue. Opened up the phone book, went down the A's and the B's and started talking to people about the products of this particular company. And I got no. And right now, that's one of the biggest things that a lot of people fear is the word no. But what I realized over my journey, that no means not right now. No means not enough information to make a decision. So as I kind of just went on to my journey, I just kind of started practicing different techniques, learning from different amazing people that I've been able to work up under, and just started developing these skills of what really worked for me and my clients and my target audience. But yeah, I started way back when, and that's kind of how it kind of evolved to today and what we're doing today, making some amazing strides in what we're doing, empowering networking in our communities and helping people to level up in their business.
I love it. So you emphasize the power of networking. Can you explain how you define effective networking and what strategies have worked the best for you?
You know, what I define the networking is building relationships. Right now, conversation is currency, or let me break it down. Conversation is money. The more conversations you have, the more money that you can make. But, you know, I really define the power of networking is how we build relationships, how we're actually implementing that into our business. One of the things that happens is, as you become an entrepreneur or business owner, the first thing that you do is we always get, you know, all the necessities that we need. Not to say that we don't need them, but we do need them. But we got to have a plan of what we're going to do once we've done that. But we also have to have that networking incorporated in the plan that we're making. We get out and get businesses, websites, business cards, and things of that nature. But we forget that once we've done all that, we have to have one important ingredient, and that's customers. And how do we get customers? Is going to be through the power of conversation. So the more conversations you have, that's power. What you say is your branding. How you display that, how you send that message out effectively and efficiently is the power. But along with that power is building the relationships along the way that help you to be able to fuel your business for longevity.
I love it. You mentioned the power of relationships. So how has, over your 20-year journey, these powers of relationships and connection building impacted you? How has it shaped your journey?
Oh my God, it shaped my journey to having over 15 online communities, women communities. It's affected me in being able to host podcasts, be on speaking platforms. It's helped me into, oh my God, starting my magazine to where now we have over 7,000 online plus distributions. We're globally. Oh my God. I mean, it's kind of helped me through the whole process. And the more I've built the relationships, the more collaborations I've made, the more partnerships I've made. That's just really elevated my business to a whole nother level. See, when we think about the power of, you know, networking, we have to think like where we really want to go with it. What is our objection when we actually go to networking events or whatever we're doing to really elevate our business? How do we really maximize that? And how do we really make sure that we're in the right space at the right time, talking to the right people? That is the true power of networking. And I think for me and my business, I've been able to use all those different type of strategies and techniques to take me to the next level.
Awesome. What was the turning point for you that led you to, being so intentional about networking and having conversations at events?
Let me tell you what kind of was the turning point for me is when I started off doing my women networking groups. This is before, we were really utilizing the internet to really connect with people. But I would always go to a coffee shop. Just a real quick story. I would always go to a coffee shop, me and my business partner, and we would sit there. We would go over each other's day plan, and we'd be like, okay, what you got going on? What I got going on? We would just kind of sit and strategize. If she had an objection, we're trying to, close a deal. We would just kind of, brainstorm, role play. And it was so crazy because there was another group of ladies right behind us, kind of doing the same thing. And as we were talking and, doing our dialogue, one of the ladies must have heard something that I said. I can't even tell you what it was to this day, but whatever I said really inspired the lady that was behind me. She came out to the coffee shop several days later, okay? And she seen me and she says, "Oh my God, I've been looking for you." And I said, "Oh my God, me?" She says, "Yes, I've been looking for you." And, at that time I was like, okay, wait a minute, I don't know who you are, but but okay. So anyway, she said, "What you said helped me close a $10,000 deal." And I said, "Oh my God." So I said, "You know what? Pull a chair and come on over to the table." And at that particular moment was the aha moment to say, listen, if I can help anyone to elevate their business to the next level, this was kind of my purpose and my meaning. So again, that was really my aha moment. And I knew that there was other entrepreneurs out there just like her and me and my partner that was needing help. So why don't we come together and collaborate together and make this thing work for everybody? And that's kind of what we started doing. That was the aha moment. And from there, we started the groups. We had them in, Wichita, Atlanta, California, Texas. And these were online groups, especially during the COVID time when people really needed the support because they weren't able to get out. So now we had to transform, networking in person to now doing networking online, which some people, it was uncomfortable for them because they were used to that face-to-face interaction.
I love it. As an entrepreneur, networking is so important. So what are some key elements of successful networking?
Some key elements of successful networking is making sure that you listen. A lot of times when we go into networking or having a conversation, we already have our own agenda. I don't know about you, but sometimes when people talk to you, they already know what they want to say and they're waiting for you to hurry up so they can get their stuff out, right? But you're missing the whole point because you're so busy trying to get your information out that you're not really listening to the key components of what your potential prospect is saying. You never know who your prospect is, or you never know where your next deal is going to come from. But I would actually say, listening is one of them. Making sure that you add value to the conversation, not trying to pitch your business to everybody that you talk to. Because remember, when we think about networking, it is a conversation. I think we have to take the word networking out of it. I know that that's what it is, but we have to take networking and just think, hey, I'm just having a conversation. Like, think about it, having a daily conversation, an everyday conversation to where you're just trying to find out a little bit about that person. And then if there's a opportunity where you can see that your products and services can fit in, then you slide it on in there. But don't start off with the opportunity to be like, I'm in the insurance business or I'm a financial planner, because there's so many of them. But what makes you different? I mean, that's one of the key components. What makes you different? How can you really solve the person's problem? But you're not going to know what the problem is until you're listening, okay, to figure out what it is that they need. And now you can have a different approach. Maybe your products and services is not what they need, but you have somebody who can help them. And that's even more powerful, because once you can give a person a referral, oh my God, you listen, game on. Okay, because now they become your walking billboard. And a lot of people don't look at it like that. But when you can always help someone else solve their problem, they become your advertising board. They're going to go and tell people about you when you're not even in the room. Your phone's going to be ringing and you're going to be getting referrals because of the fact that you took the time to listen and be able to solve their problems.
Listen and solve people's problems. Be an active listener and not just waiting to respond. So I love these responses. Now I want to talk about how networking leads to the net worthing. So how do we generate real opportunities and real residual income as entrepreneurs from networking?
You know what? Again, we have to look at where we are. You know, they say your network is your net worth, right? So we have to look at who we all have. I just got through kind of talking about your walking billboards. I mean, we have to think about how we can really leverage our network to make it our net worth, right? We have to really look at who we have in our network and figure out what we can do to help them to elevate their business. And that's really how you get the residual income. Because remember, every time you help a successful client hit their goals, reach their goals, meet whatever their objections are, they're going to be the ones who's really fueling your business. That's where your residual come in, because the more you can help someone, the more they're going to tell the next person about you. And from there, they're the ones who's going to help you generate that revenue, that consistent revenue. See, one thing we have to think about when we're thinking about networking, period, is incorporating it into your day every day. A lot of times when we think about networking, we think, oh, we're just going to go to networking event here, we're going to go networking event here. No, it is 24/7. We have to think from the time we wake up to the time that we go to sleep. We are networking. But you're having a conversation. So if you don't really want to think about networking, think about how many conversations are you having on a daily basis. I challenge each and every one of you to generate 5 new leads a day. Go talk to 5 new people that you haven't talked to on a daily basis. How do we scale? We can't scale in our immediate network. In order to get to that net worth, we have to make sure that we're actually talking to new people, that we're generating money, that we're going back and we're following up with our network base, you know, doing that courtesy call. Hey, how's things going? Even if you've helped them, hey, how's things going? To kind of help them talk about your new products and services that you have coming up. You know, listen to some of their needs and concerns that they have. I always say that when your clients are on Facebook or on these social medias, they're telling you everything that they need. Okay, you can never not have enough revenue coming in, especially from your network, because they're telling you what they need. But also, as they're having these conversations, now you can kind of see how you can help the people that they're talking to as well. See, the more we help each other, the more revenue we get. The more conversations we get, the more money that we make. So you have to think of that as being the power of helping one another, building those relationships along the way. A lot of times we miss that because, again, we're too busy focusing on our agenda, and our agenda is not the topic.
You talked about integrating networking into like our daily lives. And I want to specifically hear you talk a little bit more about how networking is a part of our overall sales strategy for businesses, for business owners.
Yeah. So just think about it. I don't know who you like. I think we just kind of talked a little earlier and you say, hey, I've been busy all morning, right? I've been doing my thing on some calls. Just think about from the time that you were on the phone talking, from the time you woke up, how many times did you talk about your business?
A couple, several
times, right? But on an average conversation, when you were you're out at the grocery store or the gas station, we don't normally talk about our conversation, right? This is what I mean by incorporating into your daily routine. I was just at the grocery store the other day, and my thing is Tapped In magazine. So as I'm sitting there waiting to check out, there's some other ladies around me. I happen to just pick up the magazine now, not intentionally, but I just picked it up and I was like, oh my God, this cover is so captivating. I'm sitting there talking and flipping through the pages, and a lady happened to hear me. She said, oh yeah, she says, I really like that issue. So as we're talking about the magazine, now I'm saying, yeah, you know what? It's good when you can have a magazine that has, you know, some very good, valuable content in there. And now I relate that back to Tapped In magazine. She had no idea that I had a magazine company, that I was a publisher. But what I did was I took something that was simple and worked my way around the conversation, and now included my magazine. And now she's going to be featured in my upcoming magazine in December, just from us having a conversation. When I mean like put it into your daily routine, we have to figure out what we're doing in the conversations that we're having in our environment around us. You never know who could be your next client. But a lot of times I think we think about when I say incorporate it into your daily routine or when your conversation, guess what? I'm not saying that you get on the phone and say, I'm the insurance agent, or I'm the financial planner. No, just like if we were having a regular conversation, hey, how is things going? Yeah, you know what? I may reference back to a person that was in my magazine that, was maybe a fitness expert. And, hey, somebody may be talking about working out. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I interviewed a lady that was amazing who has a really good program. Here's the way that I can give it to you. Here, go to TAPIN magazine.org and check out her article. I mean, there's different ways that you can incorporate your business into your daily conversation without really pitching your business.
I love it. Incorporating it into daily conversations and other parts of your life that you might not conceive as being business. I love it. I hope you guys are taking notes. What advice would you give to entrepreneurs who are struggling to merge their marketing and sales effectively?
What I would do again is it's about building relationships. When we think about the power of networking, you're not networking for yourself. You're networking for the next person. We are building up a resource database, or bank, should I say. For every time that you go out and meet somebody, like say who's an insurance person, I put them in my data bank. Financial planner, put them in my data bank. Realtor, put them in my data bank. So now when you're talking to your clients, you become that one-stop shop. Now let's think about that. We specialize in, I specialize in network strategists, I'm a visibility. So I'm putting all these different things because remember I said the social media is going to tell you everything about your client and what their needs are. So if you happen to be, going through your client's social media and guess what? They've been talking to insurance agents. Hey, why don't you pick up the phone and say, hey, you know what? How is things going? I made this amazing connection with State Farm, And now they can be like, oh, really? Because guess what? They're going to be able to want to get who you have as a referral. So we have to think about when we're networking, you're not networking for yourself. You're networking for the next person. Building up your resource database is what I would say would really help you to level in any kind of case. But you know what? I also say too, I know a lot of times I get the question about, listen, networking doesn't work for me. I hate networking. I don't even like people. You know what I mean? I get that all the time. And when we think about that, we also have to think about what is our goal for our business? What is our goal, our daily goal, our activity goal? That's where I come in. I don't know if you can see this, but I have this book that's called Networking Made Easy. It's 10 things before 10. And it really kind of helps you with the mentality of how you structure your daily business and how you can actually take your business to the next level. We got some tools and techniques in this book that really helps you to take it to the next level. See, a lot of times we think that, we have to just start going to different things and being in rooms that are uncomfortable for us. But that's not it. We have to make sure that we're at the right place at the right time with the right techniques. We got to set a goal and we have to do the research. A lot of times we don't even do research before we even go to networking events. So that's why they don't work, because there may not be the right networking event for you. And we have to practice networking skills. And the main networking skill is listening. You have to listen to what it is that the prospect is saying. And thirdly, we want to make sure that, again, we're also connecting with 5 people, new people on a daily basis. Listen, we go to the store, we go to the gas stations, we're out and about, we're going to the mall. There's some place that you're going on a daily basis that you can meet 5 people. And let me tell you, if you don't meet 5 people and you're going to getting on some of these conferences and some of these virtual things, join their Facebook group and you can meet 5 people. There's no way that you are not meeting 5 people on a daily basis. And here's the cool thing about it is we're part of a lot of Facebook groups anyway. Again, if you're not going out and you're not out about, go visit some of those Facebook groups. You should be visiting them anyway. You should be active in the groups that you're a part of anyway. And look at the first 5 people that made a comment. And then now you go when you make a comment and meet 5 new people. I know that was bad, but I just want to say
we caught it. Meet 5 people. You got homework. Meet your 5 people. What are some new projects or initiatives that you are excited about as you continue to empower others through sales and networking?
Oh my God, I'm excited about some good juice that we got coming up with TAPIN magazine. I want to say that's TAPIN magazine.org. We just did a major collaboration with Miss Corporate America. And actually, we're looking at all 50 states. And this is an opportunity to really shine on women that are in the corporate space, entrepreneurs, women that are doing some amazing things. You know what? We always said we're making our own seat at the table, and this is a great way. So we actually collaborated with it, Tapped In Magazine. So we're going to be doing some amazing things coming 2025, but we're looking for people who are looking to be presidents and host their own Miss Corporate America. We also got the Super Bowl that's coming up that we're super excited about that. We have a talk show that's called Touchdown Talks, where we're actually interviewing some of the athletes, talking about their perspective on what it is that they've been doing in the field and how they can help other people that are trying to enter into the football season. We're going to be a part of collaborating with Sheen Magazine, which we're really super excited about that this weekend, where they're going to be a part of their 10th annual anniversary. So it's an opportunity there. We're really trying to collaborate with other companies and organizations to really get, their message out, to make sure that, they're seen, heard, and noticed. Our lastly, but not so, we work with the Leadership Experience Tour, where we help get some of those people and entrepreneurs on the stage. Now, it's a whole new different ballgame when you get to the stage to really be able to speak. A lot of times people kind of miss the mark in networking because they're not speaking on stages. Like the Black Business Network, we need to be speaking here on the Black Business Network. And most importantly, Tapped In Magazine is a part in collaborating with the Black Business Network to get some of you amazing entrepreneurs inside of our magazine as well.
I love it. How can our audience stay connected to you?
Go to Tap In, that's TAPIN magazine.org. You can go there, figure out how to get on, stay connected with a lot of things that we have coming up, to be a part of the magazine, to actually pick up your book, 10 Things Before 10, and to see what we got coming up next. But yes, you can connect with us. You can set an appointment with us, and we would love to talk with you more detailed about what we got coming up and how we can help you to elevate your business to the next level.
This is awesome. Thank you so much to Dr. Tandra Price for being here with us. We are just excited to have you and learn so much more about the power of networking. Okay. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use Cash App that's on the screen below and say $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September 2024. NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Marge McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, RTV, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential. But who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, to dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combined both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome. Obama.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Sade Adu, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and several countries, cities around the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Well, we are going to be hosting a fireside chat with Melanie D. Powell. Melanie D. Perry. Melanie D. Perry is a certified financial planner with over 2 decades of experience dedicated to helping individuals create sustainable wealth through informed financial decisions. She founded Zillionaire Enterprises to promote financial literacy, particularly among women and children, making complex concepts easy to understand. Recognized nationally by organizations like the NAACP, Melanie empowers women entrepreneurs with effective strategies. She's the author of 2 influential books, all about the Benjamins, and Jonathan and Geneva, focusing on wealth building principles. Her mission is to inspire others to overcome financial challenges and transform their lives, proving that everyone has potential to build wealth and to make a positive impact on society. I present to you Melanie D. Perry.
Well, good afternoon, good day. Hello to everyone. Dr. Adu. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'm glad to be here.
Welcome, Melanie. How are you doing today? Thank you so much for joining us on the Black Business Network.
Indeed, I'm glad to be here. I understand we're going to have a delightful conversation, and I'm looking forward to it.
Let's dig right in. So this is a touchy topic, and I'm excited that we get a chance to have that conversation. Can you share your journey a little bit when it comes to financial planning and what inspired you to become a certified financial planner?
Well, I started a good 25 years ago, and 25 years ago, interestingly enough, I was a speck of pepper in a sea of salt. So there wasn't a lot of us in the financial services industry. We are in growing numbers. Women are expanding in the industry, which is necessary to have that masculine-feminine balance as it relates to our money and wealth. But I got into the financial services industry right out of college because with my degree in quantitative economics, I was interested in being able to not only improve my understanding of money and wealth, but to be able to empower and educate those that look like me because it's needed. We have gotten to a place in society where we have our, our liberties, our civil rights. Now it's about economic freedom. It's about economic liberation. It's about understanding how this money game works and be able to use it with a spiritual or through a spiritual lens so that we maintain a sense of grounding and a sense of integrity when it comes to translating our inner wealth into its monetary equivalent so that we can continue to do good things in this world, but on a more massive and expansive level. That's why I got into the financial services industry. I didn't have quite that big of a why at 22 years old. It has expanded. But I got my certified financial planning designation mainly because I looked so young and I felt at the time, this was now 15 years ago, that I needed more credentials, so to speak. Sometimes as women, feel like we just need more education. We need more certifications to validate our knowledge and experience. So truthfully, transparently, that's why I got the CFP initially. And going through the process of attaining the CFP was incredible. It's one of the most difficult, arduous certifications to attain in the financial planning industry. When I started, it was a 2-day, 10-hour exam where you had to know multiple disciplines of finance, from insurance, investments, estate planning, basic fundamental, finances, budgeting, saving, debt, retirement planning, and taxes. You had to intricately detail, in great detail, understand all those different specialties through a multiple choice examination. And if you understand financial planning, it's subjective, because what's beneficial for one person, that strategy may not work for the next person. So you have to use your intelligence and your understanding of that client to really outline a solid plan. But you can't do that on a test. The test examiners are like, the answer is B. If you don't answer B, because it could be C too, given certain circumstances, you get it wrong. So I mean, that was a booger of an exam, to say the least. But it's a credential that is becoming more and more recognizable and distinguished in the industry. So it worked out.
It worked out. Speaking of things working out and lessons that we've learned in business, what were some of your biggest challenges that you faced when you started your business, and how did you overcome them?
Well, I alluded to it earlier. So I am almost 50 years old. And a lot of people looking at me wouldn't guess that, even people of color wouldn't guess that I'm almost half a century years old. I would say my biggest hurdle has been this suit that God has put me, that looks so youthful, and me having to kind of fight through that, because this is the billboard, so to speak. And then it wasn't until, people heard me speak and they were like, well, goodness, she seems like an old soul, but she's looking 12 years old. It's like people are confused, like, who am I talking to? What is this woman? So and that was another reason why I got a CFP, because it's like, well, if I have all these credentials, people take me more seriously, and really none of that mattered. It's how I had to convey, my expertise, my knowledge. I have to always come, on a top-notch professional level. So instead of me going to networking events, I would position myself so that I was on platforms. I was on panel discussions. I did speaking engagements. I would position myself to in a more authoritative, space, versus being, quote, on the same level, like in a networking, environment. And that helped, but it really wasn't until people got to see my knowledge and expertise, and then they were able to get past, oh yeah, she's not 12. She knows what she's talking about. And that was a lot of personal growth that I had to go through, because you could imagine going to networking event after networking event, and people are like, how old are you? Now, it was never, in the beginning, it wasn't a sense of positive curiosity. It was hurled out of their mouth. How old are you? Like, I don't have a place to be here to share, my knowledge. That takes a toll after a while when you go to 2 and 3 networking events at a time. So there was a lot of personal growth. And when you're in business, I would say I would say in business and in a leadership position, if you're an executive or a manager at a job. Those are positions where you go through a lot of personal development very fast. And so the level of growth that an entrepreneur and a business owner has to endure is a great deal of self-love, self-understanding, being in tune with. I was on a steady path of spiritual growth and development and talking to God, meditating, prayer, all of those types of self-development experiences has developed me into the woman I am today, the business owner that I am today, to be able to handle multiple personalities and working with my clientele, being able to guide leaders to become greater leaders through their financial management. Yeah. So that was the main, I would say the biggest hurdle in my business journey was myself, essentially.
Thank you for sharing that with us. I've had a similar experience as starting a business in my 20s. And, some of it is we think that people see it. Well, people did say, "How old are you?" I remember that being a young teacher and people mistaking me as a student. So I understand that experience, especially in the industry that you were in. And we are appreciative that you overcame it and leverage it too. Black doesn't crack,
That's right.
it's a gift. How do you describe your business philosophy and how does it influence your approach to financial planning?
Well, first things first is putting God first. And what I have learned is that the more we begin to understand ourselves, the more we begin to understand God. And my business principle and philosophies, center around a spiritual notion. Because a lot of times people want to separate money, finance, business with something outside, something over there, worldly. But it's really a spiritual journey to understand the wealth we were born with. Every single last human on this planet was born with a unique talent, a unique skill, a unique gift that is beneficial to enhance other people's lives when it's shared. Now, you can convert that into its monetarily equivalent through your business, and being able to grow your business to a level where you have an abundance amount of revenue coming through so that you can create a nonprofit organization to be able to enhance and impact people in a much more substantial level. That's like the ultimate destination, the ultimate path to financial freedom and financial liberation, and be able to experience elements of financial freedom along the way. But to really help people understand that spirituality, the path, the journey of spirituality and the journey to financial freedom doesn't have to be, exclusive. It's together, because the more you begin to understand yourself, the more you begin to understand your wealth, you can begin to find ways to share that with others. And through this capitalistic system, it doesn't have to be evil or manipulative or, negative by any means, but you can charge appropriate fees for your services and for your products. You can provide products that are economically beneficial and environmentally beneficial, so you're not putting toxins into people's systems and into people's houses and world. So it's important to be spiritually grounded in everything that you do in the business and the services, in the products and the services that you provide as a business owner, and do it to its ultimate level. Do it to the point where you have a great deal of abundance of revenue coming through, so that so that you can redirect that excess to a nonprofit organization, so that you can impact more and more lives. When you look at the IRS system, it's really beneficial to business owners and investors. Unfortunately, 9-to-5ers, W-2, it doesn't work well for that 9 to 5 person. And so even with a 9-to-5 person, if you redirect some of that energy into investing, then you're able to participate on a grander level of this monetary system and still be able to impact lives. So it's really a matter of just understanding how to function in integrity with your beliefs, with your vision for your life in a way that not only benefits yourself, but can also be a benefactor to others. And I think most of the people that I work with, and Dr. Adu, I don't know if you have a similar experience, most people want to do good. Most people want to help others. Most people want to, shine a light, to someone else. I personally don't know anyone that's just walking around, I want to beat you up. I just don't like you unless something's internally eating themselves up, and so that's a whole nother situation right there. But most people want to do good in this world, and they just need some guidance on how to do it without feeling conflicted. There's a Bible verse, I forget, I think it's Timothy, where, it's mixed. It's confused. The true verse is the money is the love of money is the root of all evil, not just money is the root of all evil. And so when we understand, if you overly obsess over money, yeah, there's a problem. But when you're using money to extend the good that is within you, hey, sky's the limit. Let's go.
I love it. The sky is the limit. Let's talk more about money and how we've been leveraging it over the last 3 years in a special thing called the pandemic. How has COVID-19 affected business, and what lessons have you learned during this time?
How has COVID affected business? I think a lot of people recognize that, given the advent of internet and technology and all that stuff, I'm speaking from you, from my kitchen, and it's not looked upon as, where's your office? How come you're not, because the value is here wherever I am. I think that it's opened up the reality that the world is smaller than it actually seems. The fact that we can connect and communicate to people across the world in an instant. The fact that the Black Business Network is an international organization to connect brown people across the world, and to also highlight that although the African diaspora has spread us out all over everywhere, we're still connected to each other. We have different experiences, whether it's cultural, whether it's because of colonialism, but we still have the same links, whether it's conscious or subconscious. So I think that the pandemic has made the world smaller, help us to realize the world is smaller, and has opened up more of us to want to connect to us around the world, and not think that they can't travel to the wonderful, beautiful countries in Africa, or to explore the beautiful Caribbean experiences, just to just being able to see the world from a different perspective. And I'm speaking more so from a Black perspective, and to recognize people are people, no matter what shade this is. We all were shut down. Every single last human on this planet was shut down. So I think that it has also brought a sense of like humanity, together, because it was like the world was all in this, at once. Um, and it's brought to surface, some things that we need to address as well. And oftentimes, when challenges are faced, challenges are brought, to us, it causes us to rise to another next best version of ourselves. And that's a challenge. That's sometimes hard because we don't necessarily want that fight, but it's important because certain things that have surfaced, I like to use the kind of growth analogy. It's like when that pimple starts to get sore and tender and it's ready to, you got to push that core out. So I think the pandemic has also brought to surface that pus that we need to cleanse and pour and really get out, and to help perhaps those individuals to heal, because part of the reason why they are bringing to light their suffering is because they need healing. And so it's up to people that are spiritually grounded and centered to continue to show strength and unification and not shrink, because sometimes those forces seem to be more prevalent. And so we have to still rise to the occasion, go through our challenges, not let our present circumstances dictate our, future outcome. And whatever happens politically here in the US, we'll still be able to progress and move forward. So I kind of went all over the place with the answer to that question, but I think the pandemic was a very eye-opening pivotal point in world history for the world to begin to take note of how much power we have collectively when we focus on a specific objective, reversing colonialism, and make it happen, turning social stratification on its head, because it doesn't have to be. It's the present circumstances, but we don't have to continue to confine to that. So it's a lot to unpack.
It was like a decade and a couple of years. we all aged differently during this time. How has mentorship influenced your career? And how does that affect or impact your approach to mentoring others?
Mentorship, I think, is critical. No human can do anything alone. You might think, oh yeah, I had to pull up my bootstraps on my own. No, you didn't, because where did the bootstraps come from? You had to buy them, find them. Someone had to create them first, for you to put them on to pull them up. So nothing is ever done in isolation. And when you have someone that can encourage you, guide you through your forest, because it's often challenging to see the difference between the forest from the trees. But if you have someone on your shoulder and helping you to navigate accordingly, of course, you can move through things a lot better. I always had a business coach, a mentor, someone that I could talk to. While there were parts of my journey where my family was supportive, in general, my family was supportive, but then there were moments in my business that were like, should I keep going? And the natural default is just get a job, just get you a job. And while that was coming from a loving space, it wasn't something that settled well, with me. And so when I was going through those moments of challenge, it was good to be able to talk to a business-minded individual that has had experience of challenges to say, hey, this might be a moment to get some financial security or to create a funder, to establish a funder by way of a 9 to 5, or, you know, buckle up, buttercup, and start making some things happen, which ultimately helped me to evolve, helped my wings to, you know, develop a greater strength and muscle to be able to fly and soar. So mentorship is integral. And because I understand how it has helped me, I'm definitely one to be open to the opportunity to help anyone. That's why I have a coaching business. I coach women entrepreneurs to improve their finances. I have a financial literacy company where I teach the babies, you know, of money and how to understand how money works. And through that, I have taught at a couple of, through Hillsides, I did a couple of workshops there where I help transitional age youth understand money once they emancipate from the foster care system. And so as a result of that, there's one young woman where we've become friends. And that mentorship type of relationship evolved, you know, into a friendship. And so it's just been a beautiful thing to see how she was when I met her. And, you know, there was some tension there, things that she was personally working on, to see how she has beautifully evolved, you know, now working and really and finishing school and really accomplishing a lot. And so that particular mentor type experience was a jewel, because I saw a starting point, and this isn't her ending point, but over 10 years, I've been able to see a significant amount of growth in that young woman. So yeah, mentorship is definitely a key and critical factor. It gives me a lot of joy to be in that space to give back as well.
I love it. Tell us a little bit more about how you built your brand in the financial planning space. What worked well for you when you were building your brand, and as you're building your brand?
Yeah, as I'm building my brand, because I'm a financial planner. I'm not a brander. I'm not a business mogul. You know, hey, you could wake me up 2:00 in the morning and say, "Hey, Melanie, what's the best strategy, you know, to organize my finances?" And I could just bladder it, tell you. But when it comes to building a business, oh, that's a whole different ball of wax, a whole different skill set. And so, truthfully, Dr. Adu, I shot from the hip. You know, it's kind of like whatever someone told me, you know, suggested, however, you know, I was advised is what I did. There aren't, let me rephrase this. When I started, I, you know, recognized, I saw the value of the internet, but my industry was so compliant. You know, when LinkedIn was ideal, you know, for professionals to get on, the firm that I was working through at the time required that we put like a big fat paragraph of disclosures before the description, you know, of us, or, you know, the description of the financial professional. Who's going to read a whole bunch of disclosures and then get to well, who is this? People don't care about all that, you know? So, I mean, that was just how backward the industry was during the advent of social media, right? But I wanted to be a part of it, and it was just a struggle to deal with an industry that was like, well, you have to do all this, you know, legal beagle stuff, and navigate through it. But I was one, and it's one thing being licensed, and then it's another thing where you have a lot of financial influencers out there who are not licensed. So I had to go through the actual, you know, compliance of it. I couldn't just slap something up on the internet and, you know, keep it pushing. So with that being said, you know, I forgot your question. What's the question?
It was about building your brand, how you
building my brand. So thank you. So it was a challenge because there were so many things that I couldn't do that I could see financial influencers, and I lovingly say financial entertainers, do that I just couldn't. And so I did my best. I was able to write a book. Most licensed financial advisors have not written a book because of compliance. But my attitude was, this is the thing. This is a part of the brand. This is like a way for people to get to know, like, and trust you, is to have that, have a book, as a tool. And so it took about 6 months for me to get it through compliance. And I had my book, All About the Benjamins, helping people create sustainable wealth in the midst of financial insanity, is a book not just about money, but it's understanding money from a spiritual and a cultural perspective. Because again, the people that I work with look like me and you, and most of us have the desire to want more. And of course, it's changed from when I originally wrote the book, but it was kind of like a spiritual warfare. Like, the idea of having a whole lot of money was just like the idea of being rich, like filthy rich, instead of recognizing that when money is in our hands and money is in your hands, we do good things with it. So my book was to help people understand that money and spirituality are not mutually exclusive. And then our cultural connection to it is that because we have money in our hands doesn't mean that we have to pursue that wealth and beat somebody down along the journey. We don't have to do that. And money, just because you have money or you're in pursuit of it, doesn't mean that you have to go about it in a malicious, evil, maniacal way. You can pursue money with love, integrity, and justice. And so, to your question, I know I keep going off, but to your question, how did I build my brand? I struggled. That's how I built it. I struggled to try to, distinguish myself. And as the social media industry matured, the financial services industry recognized, Facebook's going to be here forever. Let's get on board. So the rules and regulations are not as tight and ridiculous as it was initially. And so my presence online to have that face and that voice of a licensed financial advisor on the scene we're just few and far between because of the compliance. So branding is something that I feel is something that you continue to evolve and expand because it's your business. You're growing and expanding and evolving into the next best version of yourself. So your brand is going to do the same thing. So while I've been consistent with helping people break down and understand that the pursuit of money and the pursuit of spirituality is a similar journey, that's been my approach to helping people understand money's not bad, y'all. I would say that's my theme, if you will, and the underlining current to Zillionaire Enterprises.
Money is not bad. So I want to talk about how we can leverage money and utilize it to grow it, multiply it, and to live better lives and beyond. So what are some of these financial products and services that you consider to be essential for your clients? And how do you decide what to offer?
Well, I would say that the very first strategy or approach isn't even a product or a service, but it's helping people understand the mindset of a wealthy person. And I'm not talking about Bill Gates. I'm not talking about an actual person, or even, Lord have mercy, I was watching a video about him. Who's the owner of Amazon?
Jeff Bezos.
Jeff Bezos. Lord have mercy. And I had coffee this morning too. But not that definition, don't have that person in mind when I say, you know, the mindset of a wealthy person. Wealth is based upon your definition, which extends beyond money. So being a good person is wealthy. Having a healthy mind, you know, being able to have mental health is wealthy. Physical health is wealthy. You could have all the money in the world, and if 90% of it is going to hospital bills, what's the point, right? So wealth has multiple domains. There's like 12 of them, but there's 5 that I encourage people to begin to focus on. And that's your physical, mental, emotional, mental. I said mental already. Spiritual, and then of course, the monetary piece, you know, to it. And you can break down some of those, you know, factors, but those are like the 5 core elements of wealth. So it's to begin to think about, okay, so what do those various domains of wealth look like for me? That's the starting point. Then we can get into the products, because 90%, 80% of what I do is emotional finance. It's breaking through the terror barrier of, okay, yes, I had trauma as a kid growing up. You know, my parents took my social security number. Okay, you know, all of those types of things. And helping a person to recognize, okay, so we are not our circumstances. How do we get, you know, beyond that? Whatever our journey was, you got a lot of credit card debt, didn't pay the bill, whatever, okay? We start a new page, a new chapter. And then I begin to break down, okay, so where's the money going? So that's the budget, right? Cash, money in, money out. So that's, again, not necessarily a product, but, you know, it's getting financially organized. We understand what's going on with the debt. Okay, do we need to structure a system to reduce it and eliminate consumer debt? Because consumer debt is not what creates wealth. It's being able to leverage debt by way of an asset through property acquisition or on margin on your stock securities, your investment portfolios. That's how wealth is leveraged to grow more and more wealth. Understanding what loans look like for your business, that kind of thing. But that consumer debt, you know, if we're caught up because we're on Amazon too much, we've gone to a Target, you know, too often. We got to get this shoes, this dress, this necklace, this hat, you know. We want those things. I'm not saying don't buy, but in the context of having priority, and then building up a systematic savings plan, then investment plan. And so there's multiple, you know, assets a person can invest into to build wealth. And then from there, you know, making sure that we've protected it, right? So you can, again, build wealth and somebody comes up and sues you. You can get into a car accident, you know, so what about our insurances? Are our insurances intact? Are they updated? Do we have the proper amount of coverage? And then as we've protected our wealth, then the next level, you know, is to be able to consider, well, how do we want to leave it? We've got ourselves all set up. We're building wealth. We're putting money into the right places, and we're leveraging it so that it's being able to expand and grow. We're protecting it from taxes. Okay, so now how are we set up to be able to leave a legacy? So that's when we look at, you know, trusts and wills, and be able to be mindful of, you know, maybe there's a charity that we can donate some of our wealth to as well. So that's the whole kit and caboodle when it comes to the financial planning process and how to grow and expand.
Awesome. What are some successful strategies that you've used to educate your clients and communities about money management?
Well, I would say one thing in particular is the debt liberator method. So the debt liberator method is unlike the snowball method or the avalanche method in the sense that it focuses on helping people to increase cash flow. So since I work with a lot of women business owners, I see that oftentimes, is that me? I hear an extra sound coming through. I don't know if that's my phone or what. Sorry about that. I help a lot of women in business to eradicate their debt in a way that allows them to increase their cash flow by way of this debt liberator method. And the long and short of it is that you list all of your debt, and then we want to list what's the balance, what's your payment, and what's the interest rate. And we run through a calculation to determine what's going to be the particular debt we're going to focus on first, using the factoring, which is just dividing the payment divided by the balance, and that gives us a factoring number. And so we order that from least to greatest, and that determines what's the most efficient debt to eliminate first, because it's the most inefficient debt. Okay. And then once we figured out how to prioritize the debt, then we'll go back to our budget and say, well, how much money do we have, left over at the end of the month? And let's say it's $1,000. So we'll allocate half of that to go towards the debt. The other half is going to go towards savings, because I believe that not only should you eliminate debt, but you should also save along the way. And as we are reducing our debt, we're building our savings, we're increasing our cash flow, and we're able to continue to build wealth at an accelerated speed by the debt liberator method.
Awesome. What are some of your long-term goals for your company, Zillionaire Enterprises? And where do you see yourself going in the next 5 years?
Well, I can't spill the beans on the international World Wide Web quite yet, but I've got a very big vision that has been laid on my heart from the very beginning, and it's continued to expand to greater and greater levels, and there's some opportunities that have recently come on the table to assist with this expansion. But what I will say is that I'm definitely a believer that through a collective focus, which I see happening in multiple places all over this world, where the lack of tolerance of colonization is on the rise. And I find that to be a very beautiful sentiment. Doesn't look good, because there's a lot of turmoil as a result of that. But we have to kind of get through the muckety muck so that we can flip social stratification on its head. And so I want to continue to be a part of that movement, shall we say, that I see happening. The French in Mali, and I think it's in Accra. Folks in Mali are like, we tired of y'all. Get out of here. And I'm seeing this lack of tolerance everywhere. And what has to, be there in the background on a bottom down, top up strategy, both strategies need to be put in place, is getting our money straight. So continuing to help women in business understand their personal finances so that they can better understand their business finances and position themselves in a way where it's not just the business that is their driving force for financial independence, but they understand that by just being a CEO or just having the title CEO and your business owner doesn't mean that's business. You have to structure your business in a way where you're not the sole proprietor, but you're actually a CEO, where you can step away from your business and your business still continues to run. So helping more and more entrepreneurs understand that, and then understand that once they've built up revenue in their business, well, how do you now reposition some of that revenue so that it creates consistent, guaranteed income without your efforts? So helping business owners understand really what sustainable wealth looks like and implement it. And so my vision is to be able to continue to do that on a grander and grander and grander scale, Because at the end of the day, based upon our current capitalistic, type model and our current political system, it's the business owners that make the decision, that purchase the politicians, that institute the legislation. So the more spiritually grounded, community-oriented business owners we have to influence politics, the more our communities will reflect what it should reflect, which is having the politicians take care of the government, not the government take care of the people, but have the system structured in a way where it's not self-serving, but the government is actually there to do what's beneficial for all parties, not specific individuals.
Awesome. How can our audience stay connected to you?
Well, I am on almost every social media entity out there, from TikTok to Facebook to Instagram, through Zillionaire Enterprises. And Zillionaire is ZEALLIONAIRE. And you can find me on those channels.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Melanie Perry, for being here. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. I appreciate it.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college, K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use Cash App that's on the screen, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for the September 2024 NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Marge McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, RTV, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Super Women Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants. He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you help make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Sade Adu, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, Singapore, London, Africa, Japan, and countries and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be hosting a fireside chat today with Trudy B. Parson. Let's just give you a concise bio about Trudy B. Parson. Trudy B. Parson is results-driven coach and the founder of Fortify, the business launch firm, the only comprehensive business support firm in North Carolina. Recognized as Alignable's Local Business Person of the Year for 3 consecutive years, Trudy empowers business owners to achieve their goals through her trademark launch path and kingdom principles. An NCIDA Eli certified mindset facilitator, she utilizes the ICE House curriculum to instill an entrepreneurial mindset in her clients. Trudy's inspiring journey from personal hardships to becoming a successful entrepreneur and educator allows her to share transformational insights and strategies, making a lasting impression on audiences both locally and internationally. I present to you Trudy B. Parson.
Hello.
Hello, Trudy. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I hope you are.
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I'm looking forward to our fireside chat. Let's dig right in. Can you share a pivotal moment in your life that significantly influenced your journey as an entrepreneur?
Probably the most pivotal one would be when I decided that entrepreneurship was the route that I needed to take. And this is about controlling your destiny and your legacy and building that and being able to control. You can control what you build, right? And so the pivotal moment for me is we had been evicted for probably the second time, and we were staying in a hotel and really didn't know how we were going to pay the bill at the end of the week. And we had a daughter that was around, I guess she was around 8 maybe, and she was in the pool with another little girl. And most of the people in the hotel, of course, are passing through, right? They weren't living there, and the little girl asked her, where do you live? Like, where are you from? Where do you live? And our daughter had to ask, where do we live? And I had to say, I don't know yet. And so at that moment, I knew then that I needed something that I could control, that it wasn't going to be another job. It wasn't going to be, and I did, continue teaching after then on the collegiate level for a little while, but I was also building out what I had already started. And so that was a pivotal moment for me to really just dig in and to use what I had in my hand.
You talked about this, and I would love for you to talk more about it. What were some of these biggest challenges when you started your business, and how did you overcome them?
So when I first started my business, it was probably marketing, right? Letting other people know. It was a little bit different for me. My first business was a wedding and events business, and it was birthed out of a need. Somebody had already hired me to do it, and just kind of doing it here and there. And then turning it into a business. But then as the other businesses started to evolve around tax preparation and tax strategy, my mother started that business. I worked alongside her with that. And we were from a really small town, but and we had a client base. It was word of mouth. We weren't marketing. We didn't know anything about any of that then. But then when I moved to a larger city and my mother passed away and took over the business, then I was working with a client base of about 200 people. But of course, over the years, right, that business has been around for almost 26 years. So over the years, you have people who retire, people who pass away, people who move away that don't want to do virtual services. So then I was like, I probably should start marketing, letting people know that I'm actually in business so I can continue to grow it. And so it was, just kind of finding a virtual or a digital voice, laying a digital footprint out here in the cyber world. So I would say probably marketing and being more social on social media. It sounds really weird that people are not social on social media, but it's true. People are on social media, but they're not socializing, not productively, not where it can create revenue. So that was probably the most difficult.
Marketing, definitely a big thing in business. How have you personally, from your personal experiences, how has it shaped your coaching and it affects how you empower other people?
From my personal experiences, I think about the things that I didn't know and the information that I needed and I didn't know where to go, and having to piece components together, like reach to this business or this person for this, and then reach to somebody else for this. But they always would mention other things about the other thing that I got somewhere else, which gave me conflicting views. So whenever I thought about coaching, the coaching component of my business is really birthed during COVID. And we know that the best things can be birthed out of crisis. And so the coaching component was birthed out of that. And in doing so, it was just thinking about what my existing tax clients needed to pivot. And what I realized, I'd been coaching all along, just not monetizing on it. And so what I found was that people want a one-stop shop. They don't want to have to go all over the place for the information they need for their business. And so I decided to pull together the services I'd already been offering my personal client base, and make it more public. And that's why we have a comprehensive business launching firm here in downtown Greensboro that offers everything all in-house. So my entrepreneurs don't have to go all over town looking for the services to build and scale their business. They can get it all in-house here.
Awesome. Can you share a little bit about some of those in-house services, the one-stop shop?
Absolutely. So we do business coaching, of course, but we also do tax preparation and tax strategy, which is so important. So tax strategy, a lot of times people just look for tax preparation, that one time a year contact with their preparer or CPA, but you really need tax strategy if you're an entrepreneur. It's okay to make the money, but the goal is to keep the money. And a lot of times people don't know how to do that, and that comes with tax strategy. And sometimes they expect their tax preparer just to tell them that. But there's a difference between tax preparation and tax strategy. Tax strategy is a year-long process that gives you strategies that you can implement throughout the year and at the end of the year to be able to keep your hard-earned money. So we do that. We do master courses and master classes. We do grant discovery, grant writing, and we also do alternative business funding through Fortify Financial. And that is for people who normally can't get financed through a bank. Our requirements are not as strenuous as traditional banks. So we're not having you jump through all the hoops. We're here for people that have a hard time getting financed through the bank, possibly for a few reasons. They've not been in business long enough as long as the bank would want them to be. They don't have the business credit history that the bank is looking for them to have. They may not be able to personally guarantee a business loan based on their personal credit, and the credit score for the bank wants them to be really high. We can do as low as 560 on a credit score. Some of our loans are not even credit based. It's based on your time in business, and that's not 5 or 10 years. That is 3 years or more, depending on the type of loan or funding you need. And so, of course, we do that. And those are the services that we offer in-house.
I love it. Tell us a little bit more about your service, Launchpath, and how does it help your clients achieve their business goals?
Yeah, so our launch path helps them to start building a marketing conversation. And that conversation could be really about the top 3 things. We always start with the top 3 things your client base is not experiencing because they haven't met you yet. And then the top 3 things they are because they have met you. What are those top 3 things? What do they look like? And that starts to open up a marketing conversation. Right. And then we help them with it's often called an elevator pitch, but really identifying and nailing down what you do, who you do it for, and why would they want you to do it for them, and in what amount of time will they start to see results in a simple statement. So we help them to build that out. And then, of course, through COVID, what we realize is whenever brick and mortar shuts down, you need to be able to operate your business online. The bills don't stop because your doors have to close because of crisis. So you need a digital component of what it is that you do. So we help them build that out and house that inside of master courses and master classes for themselves so that they can continue to make money. It was really important for our salon owners to be able to do that whenever they were closed down all of a sudden. They didn't have warning during crisis, any of that. But what are you able to do digitally to continue to pay your bills if your doors have to close? And so with our launch path, we're able to help them build out a digital component of what they do that is also lucrative.
I love it. I love how you're helping them think of things that they may not have thought of and being flexible, especially since we have had experiences like COVID. Speaking of entrepreneurs and challenges that entrepreneurs have, can you share some common blind spots that you have observed entrepreneurs having, and how do you help them navigate those blind spots?
Sure. Some of the blind spots have been automation, tapping into automation, or being digital savvy. A lot of people aren't. And the biggest blind spot I've noticed with entrepreneurs is not wanting to outsource, not wanting to build a team, trying to do it all because it seems to be cheaper to do it all yourself. But in the long run, it's really not, because it's very time consuming to try to do something you're not an expert in, because it takes away the time that you are able to produce revenue in the area that you are an expert in. You can't do that because you're trying to do somebody else's thing. And so that has been the biggest blind spot that I've seen, is outsourcing, trying to, not really managing time well because they're not able to put things in what I call the 4 quads, being able to separate and put them in priority. And sometimes in the beginning, you may have to do it all, but it should not stay that way if you're building and scaling your business correctly. Another blind spot has been no mentorship, no coaching. The greatest athletes in the world have coaches, and not just the ones that are assigned to their team. They have a personal coach too that's helping them get from where they are to where it is they're striving to go. And so those are the biggest blind spots I've seen, that there's no mentorship, no just out here freewheeling it and just trying to figure it out. And what coaches do typically is cut your time in more than half and keep you from having to scrape your face off the ground is what I say, as much as we probably had to be able to show them the way.
I love it. Cutting down their time, leveraging automation, seeing those blind spots, because as entrepreneurs, we can't see what our challenges are. So you absolutely need that coach and that mentor to see what we can't see, because we're just so close to it. So I love that. How do you integrate? So these are some things that you do in your coaching practices. How do you integrate kingdom principles into your coaching, and what impact does that have on your clients' success?
So kingdom principles are something that works for Christians or non-Christians, because they're kingdom principles. They will work for anybody who actually work them, which is the great thing about kingdom principles. And when we think about what kingdom principles look like, for instance, we often hear about Deuteronomy, right? God has given us the power to create wealth. But a lot of times we stop right there. But the rest of that says, so that his covenant can be established in the earth. And that means that we have an obligation to create wealth and to use that power so that we can partner with God to establish his covenant in the earth. We're obligated to be wealthy. The truth about wealth is that it's not just for us. It's so that we can make sure that our children's children are taken care of. So the mindset of just having enough, or I can pay my bills, so that's good enough, is a poverty mentality. And so Kingdom Principles help us to realize what we have access to, how to access it, and then what to do with it. It's not good enough just to thrive in the industry that you're in, but you should be wanting to subdue and dominate the industry that you're in. And Kingdom Principles give us clear strategy on just how to do that.
And we are back. What does having an entrepreneurial mindset mean to you, and why is it important for business owners?
So having an entrepreneurial mindset is hugely about knowing that you are not just building your business for you to make money, but it is also to create opportunity for other people, to create jobs for other people, and to expand into the community with what it is that you do and helping to grow the community. Sometimes we can be very selfish in our thinking. We want to make money to pay our personal bills, but what about creating jobs and opportunities for the community as well, or those around you? What are you doing to connect? You know, in my coaching, I always ask new clients, what does your business do to connect to community? Are you feeding the homeless? Are you clothing the homeless? What does your business do? A lot of times, personally, we will do certain types of things, but as businesses, is our business also sowing seeds? Where there's no seed, there will never be a harvest. So from the same community you're looking to gain revenue from, what are you sowing in those same communities? So our entrepreneurial mindset is about a whole lot more than just ourselves and our houses, but it's more so about our communities,
I love it. More about our communities. Can you share some examples of how the Ice House Entrepreneurship Program has transformed individuals' approaches to business?
Yeah, so the Ice House curriculum, it really digs into what you're thinking about being an entrepreneur. It makes you really sit in what your mindset is, or even discover what your entrepreneurial mindset is and what is lacking. And sometimes we don't even know what is lacking. We just started doing something really good, and then somebody started paying us for it, and now we're in business, right? But we don't really give much thought to the process. But the Ice House curriculum makes you give thought to the process, which is huge when you're trying to scale, because you need an anchor. And so the Ice House helps you to develop and to discover what your anchor is, if you even have one. Sometimes people are in business and they're just out here doing the thing really well, but when they hit the brick wall, you really discover whether or not you have an anchor. When the strong winds come, do you really have an anchor, or is it going to blow your business away? I remember speaking to someone in Africa that I do some business with, and he was telling me, here we feel like Americans really do have a huge opportunity because you could pass businesses on. And the reality is a lot of us in the Black and Brown community are not passing businesses on. Our kids are getting it out of the mud from the very beginning, even if we were business owners. And why that is because a lot of times what we do is we build wide, but we don't build deep, which means that we start making a little bit of money and then we start distributing, paying back the people that have supported us. And we absolutely should give back to those who have supported us and gotten us where we are, or helped to get us where we are. But if you don't build deep enough, when you hit a brick wall and you need resources, you're not going to have them because you've distributed them and you've not built deep enough to give you a firm foundation. And so using the Ice House curriculum, we really help you to think about these things, to really think about who you are as a business owner. Your why, of course, is hugely important. And sometimes your why ends up being a who. So that's just a little bit about what we talk about there.
I love that. I want to go back to what you talked about, having that business anchor. Can you explain that a little bit more? What exactly is a business anchor?
Okay, so your business anchor would be when you understand what your why is, you can always go back to that. So your business anchor is so centered around your why. I can't even stress that enough, because sometimes you can get so busy in your business and you start doing so many different things and you forget why you even started anyway. But when you have that why as an anchor, you can go back to that why and it's going to redirect you. It's going to redirect you on what to do next, what to stop doing, because sometimes we just start doing things that we shouldn't even be doing. Just because you're doing it successfully doesn't mean you should continue to do it. Dr. Miles Monroe said, the worst achievement is to be successful in the wrong assignment. And I really, 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 really do believe that. And if you don't know what your why is, you can spend your life being successful, but in the wrong assignment.
Ooh, we want to operate in the right assignment.
We do. Yeah.
Speaking of assignments, what are some key skills that you believe aspiring entrepreneurs need to develop so that they can operate in their right assignment?
Key skills they should have social skills. They should have professional skills. They should know, if they're coming out of corporate, they should know how to take those skills and turn them into entrepreneurial tools. Take the corporate skills and turn into entrepreneurial tools. So they should have the skill of conversion, being able to change things from one way to another rather quickly according to the need of people. They should have networking skills is really, really important. And I think that's probably it at the core of it. Everything else just kind of spins off of that. And for the skills they don't have, they can pay other people who do have them.
Oh, that was a great one. I was going to say, what if people don't have these skills?
Yeah.
What should they do for an aspiring entrepreneur who wants to acquire them? Pay someone, invest in, elevating that skill set. Can you share some success stories of clients that you've worked with and how you've helped them through coaching in your business?
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that part because somebody was interviewing me before and they asked me how I measure my success. And so I measure my success through the success of my clients, the success of those people that I serve, the people that are in what I call my field of favor to serve, people who are assigned to me specifically to thrive from what I'm able to pour into them. And some years ago, I remember I had a tax client who came to me, and her business is based in Pennsylvania, but she lives mostly in Spain. And she had reached out to me and she had a $300,000 tax bill. She had been working with a CPA there in Pennsylvania. And so, long story short, I got it cut down to zero, all cleared, just from years of experience in strategy and knowing tax code. And so that was probably my biggest clearance, though. Of a tax bill. There had been some others before, but not 300. I think it was a little over 300,000, but nothing like that, nothing as big, and it was not real complicated to do. And so that was one of the success stories. And then we've seen success stories through people I'm coaching by teaching as an EIR, entrepreneur in residence, and the other nonprofit organizations. And so we've seen those success stories come through. We've seen where some of the cohort students have gone on to win grant money, and they've gone on to be able to present their food in front of Magic Johnson just this week. And so some of we just really see, sometimes as coaches, we see things in segments, like we can talk to them and we can coach them, and then we watch them go and put it into action. And if we keep watching long enough, we'll see the success that comes behind it. So we've had those types of success stories. The tax coaching and strategy has been tremendous last year. Not last year, but this year. This past tax season, I'll say it that way, we saved our taxpayers $1.7 million. And then being able to obtain funding for other business owners to the tune of around $50,000 is huge. And so when we think about our successes, it really comes down to seeing those people that we serve become successful. We've seen people be able to leave jobs that they hate because we've given them strategy to generate revenue within the time frame. So a 3-month coaching program. Within a 3-month coaching program, I've had clients take a leave of absence from their job so they can really, really work closely with me and start generating what they're making on their job before they actually leave their job, right? Because if you come to me saying you're going to leave your job and you don't have a plan, you don't have a strategy, and better yet, you don't have checks, right? You don't have ink where there's not any on the check, and you're still signing the back of the check, then you need strategy. And so we've seen clients be able to do that, and then be able to be home more with their kids and their spouse, and that's a huge success.
I love it. I love the wins, the monetary, the intangibles, the tangible elements of supporting clients through this entrepreneurial process. Let's switch topics a little bit. Let's talk about your speaking engagements and how you create a safe and open environment for your audience when you're speaking. Tell me a little bit more about what you talk about and how you create that environment for them.
Yeah, I think it's mostly around creating that type of environment comes down to who you are, right? People can feel who you are by being in your space, and people watch you from afar off too. They watch your consistency, they watch your social medias, they watch your lives, and people can feel if you're the kind of person who is creating that atmosphere that they can be open with. And I'm very intentional about creating that space. And it's not something that you just have to put on. It's just who you have to be. And so, and that's who I am. And I'm very knee to knee, face to face, which I think before when we talked about marketing, and one of the issues that I had was because I am very knee to knee, face to face. And then when we went into COVID, I had to expand and do more virtual things, which was the best thing that could have ever happened for me. I probably made more money in the coaching space during COVID than I had made before in my businesses that existed before that, because of the opportunity to do more virtual things. And so in the public speaking space, it's really about who you are. And we talk about things like making bold moves. What does that look like? It does not always look like you knowing every step in front of you, but it does look like you obeying the steps God has given you. And as you go, he'll show you where he's leading you. And so just really giving people a foundation of support, something to support them, and because we can't teach confidence, but we can make you competent enough that you are very confident. And so speaking engagements is about empowering people, but also giving them the strategies. See, everything I talk to people about, I own those tools. And so I can teach you how to use those things because I own those tools as well. So that's what it looks like in the public speaking realm for me.
I love it. What advice would you give someone who may be feeling stuck or overwhelmed in this entrepreneurial journey? It's definitely a journey. So what would you say to someone who's currently feeling stuck and overwhelmed?
Yeah, so being stuck is really not a real thing. It can feel like it. It's not really a real thing, because you can always pivot. Just like if you go stand in a corner, if you can move at all, is that really being stuck? It's really not. You may not be able to move in huge strides, but you can still move. And one of those moves is going to get you out of that corner. So it's about not bowing to that feeling and not being emotional. Emotional intelligence is huge as an entrepreneur. Around friendships, relationships, all those types of things. If you're not careful, your feelings will steal your fortune. And so you have to get around the emotions of what you feel like and really take a step back and look at what your options are. Sometimes people feel stuck because the options are not what they expected them to be. But that doesn't mean you don't have options.
So stuck is like a mindset then. It's how you see it. But if you can get out that corner, you can move, you have another perspective, you can always pivot. Okay, that's an interesting perspective. I love it. So have you ever felt stuck? And how did you shift that mindset? Or have you ever felt overwhelmed? And how did you snap yourself out of it?
Yeah, of course I have. That's how I know that it's not a real thing, right? That's how I know was not a real thing. You know, in the Bible, it talks about these lepers, and one of them said, "Why sit us here until we die?" You have to get up and move and do something. Even if the something is not what it is that you want to do, or what it is that you're used to doing, or even what it is that you think you're even capable of doing, you have to try something. Don't continue to fail doing the same thing. If you're going to fail, at least fail doing something different. And that's what I had to realize, is that this is not the way, you know, it was easy, right, for me in business, in the tax industry, because I was working alongside my mother who started the business. And it was just easy for me to keep on with the same 200 plus client base, right? Until those numbers started to change a little bit because of, you know, over the course of time, just natural things that start to happen. And I was like, so I could either watch my client base just go lower and lower and lower, or I could start to rebuild a new client base whenever I started to expand and I moved to a bigger city and people became a little more familiar with who I am. And so before, it was just word of mouth, which was easy, right? You do a good job, people like it, you're saving people money on their taxes, you actually know what you're doing, and you actually care about people. They call it tax therapy. My clients say they're coming to tax therapy when they come to get their taxes done. They actually like to come. And so I tell them, it sounds really weird when you tell people you like to go get your taxes done. It's kind of, you know, it sounds weird to people, but that's the environment I've created here. And so, and it's a beautiful thing. It really is a beautiful thing. Like, we have a good time when they come. You have a few people who are just anxious around the word taxes. And so they are a little anxious when they come anyway, but when they leave, they're happy and they're fine. And so, yeah, it's just kind of been that way.
I love it. I actually spoke to my accountant before this call. So I like this idea of tax therapy, because it is. Money is a very sensitive topic for a lot of people, and we all have different mindsets about it. So I want to talk a little bit more about the tax part. We're going into Q4 of 2024, and we have tons of things that are happening in this Q4 for entrepreneurs. What are some tax, I guess, hacks or incentives that we need to be thinking about as entrepreneurs as we go into the final quarter of the year?
You know, a lot of times in tax preparation, a lot of people are saying that their tax person is telling them you just need more write-offs, right? If that's the only strategy your tax person has, you probably want to look for somebody else. That is not, because then that alludes to, yes, make more money, but yes, spend more money. That is not going to build legacy. And so the goal is to have clear strategies. And a few strategies can look like the Augusta rule, where you can rent your house out to your business for 14 days for $400, $500 a day. That's a huge write-off, right? And then you have other things, like if your business uses a vehicle that's not in the business name, instead of just taking the interest that you're paying on the vehicle, you can actually lease the vehicle from yourself. Your business can lease the vehicle from you through a lease agreement and actually write off the actual payment instead of just interest alone. So there's so many ways. You have depreciation, the kind of cars that you're buying. If you're in the real estate industry, the type of real estate property that you have and depreciating that, plus the write-offs that you have for the property. So there's so many strategies out there. That's why there's so many tax codes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you know, it's not just simple. It's not just 4 or 5 different tax strategies out there. There are so many tax strategies because there's so many tax codes, and the tax codes are really geared towards the business owner. You have people who always wear purple or always wear pink, right, as part of their business. If you always wear pink and everywhere you go, you wear pink. If you wear, if everything you do, your part of your branding is pink, then whenever you go to buy pink outfits, that's a tax write-off. Those things are write-offs because it's part of your uniform. Pink polish when you get your nails done, when you buy your beautiful pink lipstick or your eyeshadow, or all the pink things. If you got whatever, all the pink things, if that's part of your branding, that's a write-off because that's part of your uniform. Everything you buy, you are a complete write-off. And so if your car is pink, it's a write-off because it's part of your branding. So there's so many ways. Now for me, it's not, pink is not part of my branding. So could I write off all the pink things? No, but I can write off all the fly things I wear because being fly is part of my branding. Or get my hair, my blonde braids as part of my branding. It has branded me hugely. So when I go sit down and get my hair braided, I can write that off because it's part of my branding. So on and so forth. But there's so many ways. So many ways.
I love it. I'll keep the notes about all the pink things that I buy. I will keep that in mind.
Yeah.
What are some trends that you see shaping future entrepreneurship, and especially for women in marginalized groups?
I think some trends are more digital, selling things more digital, and some people not being the face of their brand. You may not even know who owns the company now, because you have people with faceless YouTube channels now, right? That's kind of big, and making money that way. And younger entrepreneurs who are doing things in a much different way than what we're doing them now. They're doing a lot of them from their bed on their laptop, or from their phone, sitting on their bean bags in between playing their games. There's just so much evolving and such simplicity around it, not as complicated, being able to tap into more and more money. What we know is the government's giving more money than they have before to entrepreneurs, more specifically the BIPOC community. And so it's really about connecting more with banks who are obligated to give a certain amount of money to those communities and to entrepreneurs. I see obtaining government contracts, that trending, which means that you have your certifications. More business owners are getting their certifications. More business owners are registering their businesses to access funding, and that's how they are narrowing down who they give the funding to, who's registered, who has certifications, and things like that. So I'm seeing that trending a little bit more. People looking for more ways to generate revenue, and not just based on person-to-person contact, but now on larger government contracts. More entrepreneurs are tapping into land banks, obtaining properties and houses on the low, and holding on to it, or reselling it and generating income. So the truth about business is that it's not just about making the money in the industry that you're in. It's about taking that money, investing it somewhere else. Because what we know to be true is that money is meant to work for you. Money has arms, eyes, a mouth, all of those things. And it's not meant to just sit. It's meant to go do what you tell it to do. And so we're seeing business owners doing a little bit more than that, so that if nobody clicks the link on your website, then they are still generating money.
I love it. Trudy, how can our audience stay connected to you?
So I'm Trudy B. Parson all over the place. So wherever you put in Trudy B. Parson, you'll find me there. Facebook, Trudy B. Parson. On LinkedIn, website is trudybparson.com. Kept it really simple. Email is trudy@trudybparson.com. So I'm Trudy B. Parson everywhere. So if you Google me, you'll find me.
Thank you so much, Trudy. This has been an amazing conversation. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you. Talk soon.
Have a wonderful day. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com to donate to the scholarship fund, and use Cash App that's on the screen and $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors for September 2024. NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia, Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Marge McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Our TV, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman's Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners. and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those 3 communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those 2 things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and they talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T.Y. is here. So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about? So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant? Wow. And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy. Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance. Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this? So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
churchy, but I feel the need just to say that I hope you get all the resources that you need, because they need us. Our communities need us more than we can ever imagine, and I would hate for that to be a barrier for anybody in here not to be.
On May 14, 2022, a combination of 40-plus leaders, community stakeholders, volunteers, mentors, and champions convened for a pilot of a unique and special conference. They call themselves the Cone Coalition of Like-Minded People. Like-minded towards liberation, fairness, and the idea that everyone in Rockingham County should thrive regardless of who they are or where they live. This 4-hour event was held on the campus of Rockingham Community College in Rockingham County, North Carolina, as a part of a design thinking project in partnership with Cone Health, MDC Rule 4. Several leaders convened from Rockingham County's nonprofit NC 100. They came together to address some shared challenges and problems together while centering an authentic community voice, thanks in part to the grant funding from Kate B. Reynolds Charitable Trust, engaging in inspiration, imagination, and prototyping to bring this pilot to reality. The Piedmont Triangle Regional Council shared several job opportunities for the crowd to explore and share. Black-owned businesses were prioritized in hiring and supporting the collection of champions, to the food and snacks, to the folks trusting and documenting this event, to the child care provided by Headway Success Group.
Forensics lab. So today is all about healthy mind, healthy body. And so we have the forensics lab set up, and so we'll have our display of our volunteers. So what they'll do, they'll get a chance to label. And of course, we have to have old school operation because it's just fun.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man, it pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Expo, Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Sade Adu, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate Black businesses about business. Today, we will be hosting a fireside chat with Jamila Brown. Jamila Brown is a powerhouse who's walked the path from the sports arena to managing billions in corporate America, and now leads as a coach, consultant, podcaster, and speaker. Her journey is an incredible tapestry of accomplishment and innovation. Jamila's corporate journey reads like the who's who's of global giants, including the likes of Champ Sports, Walmart, Ross, Dollar General, and the visionaries of the 5-minute career hack. Jamila's reputation as a branding, content, and leadership development guru is a foundational piece of her success. Organizations and individuals turn to her to transform their status quo into something extraordinary. Jamila is a trusted expert leveraged by heavyweights like PayScale, ASHA, Regional Food Bank of Oklahoma, LA Sherm, the Vitamin Shop, just to name a few. Her influence stretches across industries, leaving a profound mark where she goes. Jamila doesn't just talk the talk. She hosts the talk. Her podcast with co-hosts Alicia Wade and Candace Hutt is a weekly stop for thought leaders, visionaries, and entrepreneurs sharing their wisdom with the world and providing actionable life hacks along the way. Jamila embodies excellence, blazing a trail that defies conventions and inspires others to aim higher. Her journey is a testament to resilience, ambition, and an unwavering commitment to reaching the pinnacle of success. I am very excited that we have an opportunity to speak to Jamila Brown. Jamila Brown, welcome to the Black Business Network.
Thank you for having me, Dr. Adu. Am I saying your last name correctly?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Great. Absolutely a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to chatting with you today.
Yes.
You have a long list of accolades that we just shared with our audience. And I want to know what inspired you to transition from the sports arena. I want to back up a little bit.
Okay.
How did you get into sports? Sports is as an industry, as a career, is definitely male dominated. How did you get your start in the sports arena industry?
Well, it's actually started with my parents. So my mother would work on the weekends and my dad would be left to take care of myself and my two siblings, both female. And so my mom would have these very detailed instructions about what he needed to do with us on Saturday. You know, okay, you're going to wake them up. Here are their clothes laid out. You're going to, you know, they can have Wendy's today for lunch or what have you, and hear the shows that they watch and the channels to put it on. And so, you know, grew up in an era of Sesame Street with Big Bird and what have you. And my dad decided that Big Bird was going to be Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for us on Saturdays. So that's actually how I got into sports. He kind of misrepresented Big Bird for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar that played for the Los Angeles Lakers. And it really just resonated with me and my sisters as well. But I really took a liking to basketball at that point in time because I really didn't know any different. It kind of worked because they wore yellow jerseys. So it kind of worked out, right? Yellow gold jersey. So that's really, I mean, the origin of it was my father just passing time, still getting to do what he wanted to do while making sure we were all good while my mom was working.
Awesome. So you later transitions from the sports arena to corporate America. Tell us about that. How did you know it was time to transition? And then how was that transition?
So I believe that I think every now and again at a certain point, you wake up and you realize you're not doing the thing that you want to do anymore. That can come to you as a small, subtle, still voice, or it could be really loud. But for me, I was actually in between working for one company and I was interviewing for another company. And we were pretty much in the final stage of the interview process. I had flown out and flown back in, did the interview. Everything was great. They were giving me everything I wanted. It was the perfect situation. Everything matched how I wanted. Negotiation went well. I got home from the last interview, the last conversation. It's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And I said, I'm gonna just take me a nap. I'm a little tired, you know, from the flight. That it felt normal that I would just take this nap. So I went to sleep about 1 o'clock and I didn't wake up until the next day around 1 o'clock.
Ooh.
Out for almost 24 hours. And there was no reason for me to be that fatigued, right? I wasn't sick. And when I woke up, the very first thought that I had was that it was time for me to bet on myself. It's the very first thought. And it was so clear. And there was nothing I could do to deny that. And I'm a spiritual person. I believe in God. And there was nothing I could do other than, and I had no plan because I was accepting this role. There was no doubt, but I called the gentleman and he was an incredible hiring manager. I called him and said, hey, everything that you guys have done, the offer, everything is perfect. And if not for the last 24 hours, I would be starting, but it's time for me to bet on myself. And at first he was shocked. And then he was just like, for whatever reason, I really understand. And I can hear it in your voice because I just told my boss's boss that we had you. And that was the pivotal moment in my life that transitioned. And again, no plan. I wasn't strategic about it in any shape or form. And that ultimately led to about a year and a half, maybe 2 years later, Candace Hunt, one of our co-founders at the 5-Minute Career Hack, reached out to me about starting a career consulting business. And so that's kind of how I bridged from leaving corporate America to then starting the 5-Minute Career Hack.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more about that. I'm going to go back and forth because
that's perfect.
And all these elements what were some of these positions in the sports arena and in corporate space, and then we can go back to
absolutely,
career coaching piece.
So I played basketball all through high school, through college, and I ended up coaching. I started coaching I think it was the summer of my sophomore year, I believe it was, an AAU team. So they were 10-year-old girls that played basketball, most of them just getting started, 10, 11 years old. And I started coaching at that point. And then once I graduated my last year playing, and I graduated from Loyola University in New Orleans, the head coach at the time, who was also my coach, offered me an assistant position with Loyola. And so I was coaching on the team there and doing the AAU travel team at the same time. But I also started my corporate career at Champ Sports. So it allowed me a ton of flexibility. Now I was working dang near 24 hours a day, but that's kind of how it started. I was coaching and working because I didn't want to let go of that part of my passion and what I wanted to try out from a career standpoint. And I still wanted to keep coaching. And at some point I realized that the transition from player to coach was a really tough transition for me because my college years were riddled with injuries. And it's hard to go from like I was just playing to now I'm coaching even some of my own teammates. And so I stepped away after about 3 years from coaching at the college level and really focused on my career at that point. And I honestly didn't believe I was going to get back into coaching until I think it was about 2.5, 3 years ago. A friend of mine reached out. They needed some representation, female representation in a girl sport. We don't have enough. There are probably more male coaches that coach girls basketball than there are female, especially in the New Orleans area. And so he simply reached out to me to help him with the camp because they didn't have I think it was one other female coach at the camp and maybe about 10 or 12 men. And so I said, yeah, absolutely. I got some time. And that turned into me getting back into coaching, AAU travel ball, as well as at the high school level. So that's what I'm doing on the coaching side, as well as running the 5-minute career hack.
Okay, so I'm gonna go off a little bit because you mentioned New Orleans.
Yes,
you may know where I'm going with this: women in sports, and how it has changed. I would say in like the last maybe 2 to 5 years, maybe
strongly in the last 2. Yeah,
with Angel Reese, WNBA. So I definitely want to talk about the impact or the effect of women in athletics and women in sports.
I think number one, obviously being from Louisiana, Angel Reese making the decision when she could have went anywhere in the country to transfer from Maryland to LSU was amazing. And her being herself, I think, is even more amazing. And that's what has really allowed women's sports to be put on the map. She's just being herself, and she needs more support from us as African-American Black people, as well as just media in general. But it has been revolutionary, and it's exciting for me because I was my last year in high school when the WNBA started. So, and it was rough. It was rough, and it was a long journey to get to this place where the infrastructure's in place and the media was ready to cover it. And unfortunately, and I assume you're in media as well, you understand the power of a villain in a story. The power of a villain in a story, because I tell people all the time, and I'm tweeting about it all the time, I say, Caitlin Clark was playing extremely well for those that were watching and following women's college basketball. There wasn't a coach that would deny it, but nobody was talking about her in the media. And then in the semifinal game, she made the, you can't see me face or gesture or what have you. And Angel Reese being, the Bayou Barbie, also a part of the SEC conference, she did it back saying, hey, now what, basically. And that started all of this. So I know there's this bad kind of, rap. There's, you got the villain and the hero in the story, but it was really Caitlin Clark that started it, and Angel Reese just answered. And it's basketball. That's what we do, right? It's nothing out of the ordinary that they did. But the media jumped on it, and I'm thankful that they did. I hate it for Angel. I also hate it for Caitlin because I think it overshadows her game too a lot. The constant attention to stuff that has nothing to do with how great of a player she is. So that's my take on women's sports and the representation that we're getting now. And one other person that I think is two other people specifically that are doing a phenomenal job is Serena Williams is doing a phenomenal job, and her husband, Alexis, is, I mean, when I say they're both using their platform in ways that most of us don't even see, it's phenomenal. So I'm excited. It's a great time for women's sports, not just basketball. It's a great time.
I love it. I'm excited. I have some more questions about it. And I'm not even a sports fan, but if we could talk about how they've been able to leverage women's sports to build their brands. And I want to talk about how you've been able to build your brand as well. You had experience working with Champ Sports and companies like Walmart. How did it inform how you're building your career coaching business and brand?
Well, I think from a player/coach side, it informs pretty much how I move, my authenticity, how I coach people, how I present myself. I oftentimes get the feedback from people that listen to our podcast, the 5 Minute Career Hack podcast, or have been a part of any of our workshop or immersive live experiences. They'll say, man, I just felt like I was ready to go run through a wall after I heard Jamila speak. And again, I know that's not for everyone, but those that like a coach's style, they tend to see my style and they're drawn to it. They're attracted to it. So that it has absolutely played a role. My mentality is that I'm going to push you further than you think that you could ever go. You're actually going to feel like you're falling off a cliff. And just when you think you've fallen, you're actually just flying and doing the thing that I saw that you probably couldn't just see for yourself that you had the ability to do and accomplish. So that it all ties back together, from the coaching, the basketball, as well as helping people pivot in their compensation.
What is the most valuable lesson you've learned during your time managing billions in corporate America?
Yeah, so I had this one leader who trained me one time when I was managing the video game and accessory categories, about a $2 billion category I was managing on the financial side in my early 30s. And one of the things that she told me, and I'll never forget it, we were working on these numbers, and I'm a pretty detail oriented person. I want to get it exactly right. And so the number wasn't balancing to the zero, to the cent. Right. And so I'm working on it. I'm spending hours working on it. And she said, hey, it's just 4 or 5 zeros. Don't worry about that. 4 or 5 zeros is like 10, 20, could be $80,000, $90,000. And she's like, don't worry about that. All right. And so what it taught me was how important time was. Right. So most people are probably saying, well, that's a lot of money. Not for Walmart. Right. And it'll make itself up in the wash is basically what she was saying. But the time that you're personally spending right now, trying to get it down to the cent, we could have gotten, tens of other things done in a day. It'll work out in the wash. So I realized that, throughout the course of my career, but I realized in that role, the absolute importance of time being more valuable than even money.
I love it.
Yeah.
How did you get the idea for your coaching and consulting business?
I can't take any credit for it. That's all Candace. But what I will say is the three of us, myself, Alicia, and Candace, we were spending a ton of time in what we call the car ride home in retail. So you do your job, that bulk of the day. And then about 5, 6 o'clock, you're still on the phone, coaching, mentoring, talking, even airing your frustrations about the day with your coworkers. And so it ends up being about a 15, 16-hour day. Sometimes it's long. And in that coaching, we realized that we were spending 3, 4 hours on the phone, sometimes weekends, with one individual. Number one, not getting paid for it. And 2, that conversation would die on that telephone line. Now that person can go do something with the information, but as far as someone else being able to leverage it, it died right there with that individual, except for who they may have shared it with. And so she reached out one day and said, hey, I'm thinking about starting this. I know you're doing this. I know, you guys are doing the same thing. Are you interested? And it was an easy yes for me, because I knew that everything that I had been through to that point, the good, the bad, the ugly, the hard stuff, that there's no way I went through all of that to never, ever discuss it again. God wouldn't have it be so for me not to share it with the world. Right. And so that's how we started the 5 Minute Career Hack. Podcast has been going for now about I think we celebrate, is it 3 years? Yes, 3 years in October. I hope that's right. Yeah, 3 years in October for the podcast and the business as well, at right around 4 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
What challenges have you faced during this time building your business and building your personal brand, and how did you overcome those challenges?
I see the biggest one is, and I use this example in a LinkedIn audio event that we did called Rise and Hack a few weeks ago, and Alicia and Candace were tapping in and they listened and they were like, yeah, you're absolutely that person. And no, I'm not taking away from this person, but it was a great analogy. I felt like Prince, and I don't think there's anybody that would argue that Prince was ahead of his time musically, but as well as how he brought his music to market. And he kind of forewarned us that we'd be in this era of streaming and that the artists would have to do more to make money and protect their intellectual property. And he was ahead of his time. I believe for me personally, the way I've shown up in the workplace initially, I was ahead of my time. Before Me Too movement, before I felt I knew I was equal to the job, whether it was a man or someone of another race, I've always advocated for myself. And it appeared at that day, in that day and time, as I was arrogant, I was rude. You know, the adjectives that we can sometimes as Black women be labeled as. That's the label: fool, crazy, ridiculous. You name the word, it was attached. But I just believe I was simply ahead of my time, because the things that they would have asked me to put up with back then, that a lot of people put up with, most people, or at least what we're encouraging at the 5-Minute Career Hack, wouldn't put up with today. And so if I had to say there was a challenge, it wasn't that I was necessarily shy about being myself or showing up authentically and demanding what I deserved. It was just that the world wasn't ready to receive it, at least not the spaces I was in. So that was probably the biggest challenge for me.
As a branding and content development expert, where should we be placing our focus on building a strong personal brand or that corporate professional brand?
I don't think they're different. So one of the things that we coach on as a part of our Renew Career Wellness workshop that we do for organizations and small businesses is that the burnout starts with the narrative that you've created in your head, and then something starts to compete against that narrative. So the narrative that most people think is that you have a personal life and you have a professional life, and somehow they're separate, and they're not. You're the same person. You're just operating in two spaces, but you're still the same person. And so if you believe that, you'll go to work and develop the corporate professional brand, and then you'll be at home with a personal brand. And sometimes we call it code switching, right? Right. And then eventually you'll be like, you're going to revert to the mean, like they say in mathematics, you're going to revert to the mean of who you actually are. And that's when what's happening to you in real time is conflicting with the narrative. And that's what I believe leads to burnout. So you're in this mode of thinking, I've got to have this in my professional, and this is who I am personally. And there's going to end up being a conflict if you're not yourself across all. So I believe you build a brand, right? And that brand, you don't just wake up today, and say, okay, I want to build XYZ brand. It doesn't work that way either. You were born unique. You're the only person to ever walk the face of the earth like you. Your fingerprint, your retinal scan is unique to you. Your experiences, no one has ever experienced what you've experienced at the time that which you've experienced them. So your brand, you've been building your brand since the day you were born. And so to exclude any of that experience, the trials, the triumphs, whatever that might be, is going to be in conflict if you try to create something that doesn't include those things. So the best advice I always give people is to go back, peel back those layers, uncover some of the things that you were most passionate about, some of the things that have been there since you were young, i.e. basketball for me. It informs my coaching style. Am I coaching at the college level? No, not right now. I'm coaching at the high school level. So the way I communicate might be slightly different based upon the age group, but the style, who I am, doesn't change. 20 years ago, we did a lot of yelling, right? That's how we were coached 20 years ago. Today, Kids, that's not how they're going to respond. They're not going to respond to that. They're going to respond differently. So I can still evolve. I don't have to be the same coach, but the coaching thread, some of the main elements of who I am about my brand are still there. So you're always building a brand. Now, the question I would, challenge the audience to is, do you know the brand that you've been building?
Ooh, that was a good one. Do you know the brand that you have been building? Because you're building it, but
you're building it.
Which one it is? I love that.
Yes.
Let's talk about some of the clients you've worked with. You talked about your experience as a coach in the collegiate level, and I would say the K through 12 level.
Yeah.
What are some of your most memorable transformations working with clients in the companies that you've worked with?
What I would say that, and this is a very recent one in our career hacker community. You can get access to that for free, where we help individuals inside the community. You get access to all three of us real time. It's someone we've worked with for probably 3 years. And all three of us have worked with her in different ways. So she recently was going through a transition, and she shared in the community. It was actually a testimonial. And it's those testimonials that are so rewarding. And she talked about 3 specific elements. And that's my hope for everyone. Number 1, she knew she wasn't alone. She was able to reach out and got some very specific coaching advice on a career transition. 2, the actual marketing branding on our LinkedIn profile that I supported her with a little bit over a year ago had already been thriving and working for her before she needed to make this transition. So we always say, be ready so you don't have to get ready. And then she talked through some of the things that she worked with Candace on as well in this testimonial that she did in the community. And that is the transformation that we're helping people from a mindset standpoint, so that they can get everything they want out of their life, not just their job. And so she didn't feel the pressure that most people feel, especially Black women, mothers, that they feel when they have a kid. They just have a baby, and now I'm thinking about doing something different, or I might not want to go back to this role. Happens a lot. But she didn't feel alone. Her brand was already working for her. Her digital brand was already working for her. And the coaching advice, some of the coaching advice that she had gotten from Alicia and Candace really, really helped her feel confident in the decisions that she was making. And so I think that story, that journey for her over the last couple of years is the benefit of it working long-term. That's the residual effect of working with us at the 5-Minute Career Hack. We're going to be able to help you tackle what's pressing you in the moment, but we're going to set you up that's a continuum into the future. And that's what we've seen with this particular client.
How has collaboration, you've mentioned several names, Candace and Alicia, multiple times during this interview. And I would love to learn, how has collaboration helped you grow your business?
So first, we were not put on this earth to be alone. We were designed to be in community. I live by that. We were all born into that. Not always the one we want to be in, right? But we also get to select that even in our adult life. I am personally better in a team environment, in a collaborative environment. And I believe that for the majority of people on earth in some way, shape, or form, whether that's in your family unit or in the workplace. So for me, having 3 co-founders at the 5-Minute Career Hack and being able to do it together, well, number 1, I don't have to do the stuff I don't like to do. It works out perfectly that Candace likes certain things that I don't like, and Alicia likes certain things that I don't like, and vice versa. So it works really well. And I think that's the essence of a collaborative situation, is that you can lean on one another's strengths, not just their strengths, but the things that they enjoy doing, the things that light them up when they attack certain projects or certain things. That collaboration becomes organic. It creates this synergy and energy that's unexplainable. And we get that question a lot. How in the world are these 3 Black women working together successfully and all this other stuff? And it's simply because, number 1, we have some of the same core values, And 2, we've set it up to where, you know what, if you don't want to do that, don't do it, right? One of us will want to do it. That's how we live and how we go about it. And there's no pressure. And we know, and on the other side of it is, when we have to get something done, we're going to get it done. And so those are the things that have made our business successful in terms of how we collaborate together. And we share those things as a part of our coaching, because I think it's at the essence of building teams, building effective teams.
And we are back. So I see some books behind you. They look
Yes.
very colorful. What are some of your favorite books that are on your shelf that have helped you in business?
Man, that's hard. And
There's some
ironically
goodies.
enough, I wasn't a big reader coming up. My dad loved reading and tried to encourage me, and I wanted nothing to do with it. But somewhere in my early 20s, I just became an avid reader. He used to always tell me, and I believe in planting seeds. He planted the seed so that it would be watered and grow later. He would always tell me the answers to almost all of your questions will be in a book, whether that be the Bible or the books you see behind me. So if I had to say one book, I was a big John Maxwell fan, still am. He has written so many leadership books. If there's an angle to have written a leadership book from, he's probably got it covered. So I really like the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. And there's actually a Bible that he has, like a companion Bible with the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. That's phenomenal. It's my go-to Bible to this day. So I would say the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership from a leadership standpoint. I'm also heavy into investing and financial literacy. So I would say the Psychology of Money, as well as the The Hondo Investor, are two books that I recommend to people. And I recently was doing a kind of a Cliff Notes. I know some people might not even know what a Cliff Note is, but I was doing a Cliff Note version, not a book club, but a Cliff Note version in my trading community on Money Master the Game by Tony Robbins. And what I believe why that book is such a good one is because it talks about so many different money strategies. You don't definitely don't want to try to do them all at once, but just getting exposure, I think, is what books do. And that book is a great exposure book. So leadership, the Bible, of course, and the money piece, I think, are great books. But I'm not doing this bookshelf any justice by the ones I shared. I promise you. I'll be like, man, I wish I would have said this book after we finish.
Let's talk about leadership. We haven't spoken about it too much today. How are you helping some of these companies and your clients enhance their leadership skills?
Well, I think similar to what I do on the court with teenagers at this point, I don't actually think it's any different. The biggest thing, and I don't know why this is, I might have to do my own research on it. I don't know why this is, but we all have confidence issues. We all do in some way, shape, or form. And more often than not, it's the work around that mind work, that deep mind work around confidence that then allows you to exude your natural, unique, indispensable leadership qualities. And so most of the time it starts there. And if I had to kind of like characterize it in kind of like a nice, pretty bow for everyone, number one, knowing that you're going to have confidence issues, and sometimes they'll cycle through where they'll be good in one season and then they'll drop off in another. I know us as women, we struggle, especially with the way we look and our image that we present to the world. Some days it's really good and I feel really great and I look amazing and I'm beautiful and all these great things. And then some days, oh gosh, man, what's wrong with this and what's wrong with that? That inner critic, that inner talk. And if you just, number one, acknowledge that, right? So I'll use a very personal example for everyone that can relate to it. First and foremost, acknowledge that that's going to happen and it's okay. You're not alone. And then second, let's work on a plan, like a system to help your hard drive. I like to call the brain the hard drive, because if I could actually, just write some files on the hard drive, I think we'd all be good, but it doesn't work that way. So how do we create this operating system on your hard drive that's going to support you in those peaks and valleys that you're going to go through in your confidence, so that it still enables you to show up authentically in your leadership style? Because that's oftentimes the thing that will prohibit or keep you from taking the risk you need to take in the workplace, right? This is the move we need to make, and this is going to help us capitalize on this opportunity or make this money or drive this sale or whatever it might be. But because your confidence is waning because you happen to be in a certain season and you haven't set up a structure around it, now you're not willing to say this is what we need to do. You're not as decisive as you need to be. So I believe that in a nutshell is what everyone, from young kids playing basketball all the way up. I have to challenge the kids on the court. I know you can do X, Y, Z. And they're like, I don't know if I can do that. And then, well, you don't get to do anything else but that. Right. And then you're going to keep doing it. It's going to be frustrating. And then going forward, now we have a blueprint for when you think you can't do something, for you to be able to do it. Right? So then I'll remind them, oh, this is what you remember the last time when you said you couldn't do this and now you can do it. Well, we're going to use that same blueprint, to that same thing on your operating system, to get you to go try this other new thing, right? The uncharted territory, which we're all afraid of from a change standpoint. So that's the work we do from a confidence standpoint that then supports leadership in the workplace as well as on the basketball court.
I love it. Leadership as confidence, or is confidence. How can our audience stay connected to you?
So 5minutecareerhack.com, that's our website. Absolutely subscribe to our YouTube channel, where we release an episode every Monday and Thursday, so you can get development in the car ride, on the way to work, or in your free time. That's on YouTube, and you can find us on all audio streaming platforms as well. We also have our Career Transformation Lab, Burn the Rule Book, 3-day online immersive experience coming up in October. So that's October 15th through the 17th. You can join the wait list right now. I'm sure we can leave the show notes, or leave it in the show notes, or some links somewhere for them to tap in. And it's also on our website. Join the wait list so you can be selected to be a part of that immersive experience, where we're going through helping you prepare and be on purpose, right? And in position for those opportunities to transform your career.
Thank you so much, Jamila. It was a pleasure speaking with you today. I
Thank
wish
you
you
for having
all
me.
success. Thank you so much for being here. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.